This game doesn't allow live streaming, really? Or is it fake? Yeah, it's fake. Alright, I'm live, guys, with the Stanley Parable. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. I like it a little brighter. I gotta enter the current time. For me, it is 10:25 p.m.
Because I wanted to put him down real better. Basically, right. And was that example you gave us? Are you speaking?
There. Alright, let's start. Never the end is never the end is never the end is low.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple.
I'm playing the Stanley
He sat at
Parable.
his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Have you played this game?
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Hello?
All of his co-workers
Is
were
anyone
gone.
here?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where's the meeting room then? Let's crouch, crouch, crouch.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fuck that.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I did that on purpose.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really
know
been
what I
worth the
look like.
detour after all, just
No,
to
but it
spend a
looks
few
fun.
moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
All right.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I feel like disobeying.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
What about this thing? Where am I going?
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
The hell?
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
See that? I skipped through a bunch of shit. Good ending.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose
Wait.
we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
No. The hell? What are you eating? Potato chips.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
F
room.
this.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
This is the way. I'm gonna go back down there. Now I'm lost.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
What the hell?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
Alright,
mean?
fuck it. I'm going.
Stanley
left
decided to
over
go to
then.
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You want me to go to the meeting room? I'll go
Okay,
to
yep,
the meeting.
it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
What the hell?
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Alright, let's go towards the line then.
You see? The
Keep
line
asking.
knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay.
There's
Now,
lots of
if my
coffee cups in
experience
that.
of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
What game is this? Happy Nornor. I'm playing a game called The Stanley Parable. It's like a mind trip game. It said study that fern.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
We went this way already.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
All right, let's go.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I'm walking in circles.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it.
This is
You
weird.
should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
I don't think my decision makes
How
a
important we
difference.
mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
All right.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all
Wander in the
determined?
blackness. Find a
So
bookstore.
now, according to the schedule, I restart again.
certain.
Then what? Am I just supposed to forget?
Eat,
Well, what if I don't want to
After
forget?
A long time,
My
Stanley
mind goes
dies.
blank simply
Narrator
because it's
is
written
gone.
here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really?
I think I'm sitting at the
No,
computer.
it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So,
You hear that?
okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What the hell? Did I do that?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Fuck it, I'll go to the meeting room then.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Right? I'm so tempted to just disobey.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Where's this projection coming from? Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I hope this is it. What keyboard do you have? Asus. Almost perfect. Thanks for the likes, man. Now I'm in.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
We're in a new area now, I guess. Dark in here.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
It says escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his Violet. But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he nope, still on board with death.
Let's die.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
The game is punishing me for not listening to him, obviously. Don't be scared. What are you gonna do? Restart the game? All the way from the beginning.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Game thinks I'm dead. This is good. How clever.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
End credits? Or beginning credits?
Stanley stood on the roof. Nothing there? Shoot. Well, try the other one then. Now then, this elevator for sure will get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be. Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even...
Version of the underground port.
Solve it. Here.
Is this the end of the game? Boss's office. Go up. I think we're in a museum game that we're playing.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two before they both fail.
Turn off your ex. There's no other way to beat this game.
If you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Not now, and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
All gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, wants me to go straight. The mind control.
When stepped to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, that's what the boss chose.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Alright. We're on our way, right?
Stanley walked straight
Go straight
ahead
this
through the
time,
large
damn it.
door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
We did it.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
We're free.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Woohoo! Happy ending. I beat the game in 40 minutes. Not bad, not bad.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
See,
meeting
what else
room.
can we
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Did I go this way? Let's go this way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for, this is it, Stanley, your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who's her?
That's her, Stanley.
It's called
You
the
need to
Stanley
be the one
Parable.
to do this, to reach
Like
out to
online
her.
cookie game. Hi, baby.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right.
Get this whole
Okay,
storyline.
there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your...
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
What's up, Kraken? How's it going?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Best beat is
So
spend time
he
with
went
monkeys.
further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons
This is
he
weird.
always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this,
I
that
should
in
get
this
Carlisle
world
to
he
play
can
this
never
game.
be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
You know what bugs me? I entered the time in when this game started, and think time's off. Bugs me. It's off, right? Yeah, it is. It's like 5 minutes off. Annoying. You told me not to press a button.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Yo, I beat this game already, so what the hell?
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
So odd. So it's like I go the wrong way, or if I don't listen, the
All of
game
his
kills me.
co-workers were gone. What could
It
it
finds
mean?
a long way to kill
Stanley
me.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We could finish the game again, but like,
When
Is it
Stanley
different?
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his
I
job.
was speechless.
He wasn't
I don't know
crazy
when I
after
play this
all.
game.
And he thought to himself,
Trying to really
I suppose
listen.
I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up.
This is
How
awesome.
was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, The truth was that, of course,
This is
this was
trippy.
not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that
This is
this was in
trippy.
fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would
Walking
prove that
backwards is
he was
trippy.
in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
They should get Barack Obama to narrate this.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
That's the end of that one. Is it gonna be different every time?
Already this was uncomfortable.
Hey, bro, my
and Stanley
English is
decided
bad.
that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
New content.
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting
More
audiences
game.
the world over.
That's funny.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
This is interesting.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Ooh, jumping! I'm gonna leave one left. I'm a badass.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content...
So
then
I can only
just read
jump
you
in
the
that
whole
circle.
dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for
That's
enjoying
it?
that.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
It'd be interesting how long you would have to play this to get a repeat.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Don't kill me, bro. Coffee nut. First of all, there are a lot of mugs in this game, and they're kind of cool. I think you just killed me.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra
this
Deluxe
looks like 7
content
Days
turned
to
out
Die.
to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap Xbox port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally
Too
launched?
real.
Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh, the waste.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com.
How do you review a game
James
like
Stephanie
Stanley
Sterling
Parable?
writes,
Describe
and I
any one
quote,
part of this is the risk
"Where
of
so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of
Ruination.
art, Stanley Parable strives and then
It's what it
succeeds to
says
be
about
every game
design,
ever
illustration,
created."
choice,
Did you hear
psychology,
that, Stanley?
gamers, it's how you
Every
do much.
game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
This is the extension. The expansion.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the Xbox. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
So, like, meta.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God,
Pressurized
no,
gas.
Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at
What?
these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be
Honestly,
bothered to
I-
play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This is all like extra content. Kinda weird.
Okay, let's see
I
what
feel
this
weird.
one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a
I
failure.
feel like I'm playing this
Like
too
I let
early,
these people
this
down.
extended.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop
get
doing
that it's supposed to be a
anything
parable.
so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button.
Skip button.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable
You know me,
is a
I'm not
game
gonna
for
hit
the
it.
people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a
Oh, you
long,
won't let me hit it
rambling
again.
monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness.
Dark.
I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sick. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think
Think
about
that.
you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you.
Where's
To
the
begin
door?
with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the
Sit here and
collapse of
listen to
every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a
Should I
space
skip
without
this?
consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free.
Then you stop talking. Press it without him saying anything. Clock. Well, that's obnoxious. Oh, it's the fire alarm.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone.
How many times do I have to hit this button? Please.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
There's water coming in. These pipes are gonna burst. Some light. That's kind of cool. Let's get out of here. What? What happened there? It's like fast forward, fast forward. The hell out of here. Freedom! We're free! This game doesn't end, eh? Yeah, it starts again.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
New content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I want the bathroom, right? This looks different. I think the elevator go down this time. We're gonna go down.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Alright, let's see what this is about. We'll do this one more round and then we'll switch games. I get the point of this game.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
The death part is interesting. But that's the way to the freedom, right?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Ugh.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Let's go already.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're going to die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you, running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Sold? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
The purpose is to die.
You're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you.
1, 2.
That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
That was not a good ending. Punishing me for not listening. So it's like a fine line between the happy ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Whoa.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
This is different. So it skipped that part.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
What?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover
never
with
the
a
end
fully fledged
again.
sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Button that says the name of the player that is playing the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
Got my
Here,
hopes up.
let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and
That's
this
funny.
time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on? See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says. But no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
Ah, that's good. I like it. This is a pretty charming
Maybe
game,
I'll only let
to say.
people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
I'll finish what you were gonna say. 3 new and easy achievements. Setting world champion. Infinite hole, the achievement. It says free achievement. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps, it just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
That's hilarious. How am I still playing this game and there's just run around and push buttons?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Jump circle. Oh, there's one
Stanley,
more.
I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
I'm out of jumps now. The button that says jump. I still got rid of the button. Now there's a place to go up, right? The reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Can I put it back now?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
To go up. That's new. Okay, now where do I go? Stupid game. Back. Can't. Now I'm carrying this bucket everywhere.
Decided on this one. I think the office could use a bit of decor 12th birthday. Sometimes when you solicit another person, you actually read. Someday it is.
Hell.
No. No.
Are you making fun of me?
A hole down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. Cunningly fall games as a... You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more Now then, since you've gotten to see the button to pop the top, continue forward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back.
Know me.
It's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of... Is it a pearl? It's an extreme pearl. I don't want anyone to say that it's an astonished hole. Is it infinite? That sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical. It's more of a... Okay, well... Bottom of the hole. Found me outstanding. In your look, I think the issue here is just that you're unfascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall? I figured one would need. Don't you put the... Maybe you're the problem. Got a little... We both put on a grease, call the hole... The warp hole, and we can move on. Up here.
There's a note here. Just the two of us, we can make it if we try. Building castles in the sky, that's hilarious. Pause button is a remote. That's deep. Cigarette butts. Management to everyone. Eating it. Management.
Great. I'm very excited to show you ideas for the sequel.
I guess back. How do I get rid of this bucket?
Collectible. It's a real video game. In the Stanley Pack 2, you're gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Collect them all.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? but the Stanley Parable 2. Now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Is this the hole? Yeah, that's the hole. Wait, does that count as a collectible? Exit. Let's go.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
You put
Hold
everything
on.
in
Let me do a different arrangement.
one thing.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it, no matter how they would stand on their own. They would need the structure and the
Kaylee,
gameplay of
what's
the
up?
original. Wait,
Pedro, welcome back.
maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Whoa. Really?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Here we go again.
Stanley
Bucket.
picked up the bucket.
Now there are collectibles. I really think the birthday balloon would have been better.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about
What
this
if
obvious
I-
fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I've never been down here before. Oh, need a card for that.
No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
What the hell?
Now then,
Is this
I'm going
a
to run you
bucket?
through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Yeah. Let's get them all right.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
It's
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
what? That's not a bucket. This is a stupid.
Item 6.
Get me out of here.
Is this a bucket?
No, it's not a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
What kind of question is that?
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
I like this bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
So this game doesn't end, does it?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Awaiting input.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What happened?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Found one of them.
Collectible.
One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
It's funny. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast. Money! Grizz. There we got our second collectible.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Desperate for answers, he began turning the room over looking for clues that might unravel the situation, until at last he discovered a keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas, no code. For this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
I'm gonna memorize
Amazing.
that one of these days.
He stepped into the newly
I almost
opened
had it.
passageway. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines?
Stanlerines.
Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up in a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it, it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game, but some people interpret it as making fun of people who like shooters, which is not our intention. Cool. Narrator emails. After a second trailer, we sent out asked people to email the narrator for questions. We had initially planned at least further promotion. Am I Stanley? Are you spying on me? I don't. What? Ow. Will the game feature capybaras? How do I stay in shape? Sincerely, Michael the Rock Martin. Playing the Stan. Are you gay? I appreciate the Stanley game as a work of art and standalone title. I appreciate it. Want to see the sequel standalone companion game? Stanley Parable have many quests. How many? The Stanley Parable is shopping. How do I make the worst game ever? Do I make a JRPG? How's the game going?
Now then, this elevator for sure would get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the story.
And this is the exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
We'll end it here.
But
And we'll
listen to
switch
me.
games.
You can still save
Another
those two.
game I wanted
You
to
can
try.
stop the program before they both fail.
Turn off your Xbox.
It's interesting.
There's no
I guess
other
this
way
game
to
goes
beat
on
this
forever.
As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone
Like this
else's
lady's
path.
saying.
Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
Alright, we'll go to the opening screen and then now it says 2. That's kind of cool. Alright, let's try this. I got another game to try. It's like a 2-hour trial. We're not gonna have 2 hours to play it.
Since we developed the technology to travel through hyperspace, a race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Our team at Imagine Earth Ltd is convinced that only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Apply now as a colony manager at Imagine Earth Ltd. Imagine
Cool.
Earth Limited, building sustainable civilizations.
For the campaign. I like the art
Welcome
style.
to Imagine Earth Ltd. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Establish thriving and profitable colonies on a global scale. Greetings. I am Aaliyah. Thank you for your interest in the colony management job at Imagine Earth Limited. Welcome to the Andromeda Galaxy. Do you like its unique beauty? Since the discovery of Ideon crystals has enabled us to travel in hyperspace, new habitable biospheres are constantly being identified. Your application test will take place on Tuto, one of the smallest planets in the area and an idyllic paradise. Let's build a magnificent colony with 900,000 inhabitants. If we reach that population, we will be granted the planet. We urgently need its yields to remain competitive. Welcome aboard! We are approaching Tuto. This little planet already offers good conditions for a stately colony. Your job is to build cities and their supply networks. This button quits every menu. The right stick rotates the planet.
Cool. The volcano there, but rainforest. Uranium, coal, bamboo. Pollution zero, fertile soil. Guess I can't.
The B button quits every menu. It will close this time. If I want to point something out to you, an icon will appear on the planet. Rotate the planet with the right stick and hover the message with the left stick. Activate it with the A button. Press this button on a free field in the target area to open the build ring. Select the city center and choose the landing site. Make sure to get as much building land as possible within the radius.
Auto choose colony name.
After landing, our capsule is expanded into the city center of your new colony. Can you see the borders of your colony? Your
Hi, what are
buildings
you
and
playing?
city
I'm
districts
playing
can
this new
only be
game.
built within this area.
Imagine Earth.
Now we need food for our citizens. Choose one of the fertile fields to build a farm there. course, the farm needs energy. Quickly build a power plant to provide energy to your buildings. The coal power plant has to be built on a coal deposit to operate efficiently.
It's easy enough so far, knock on wood.
Without a supply of goods, the quality of life in your cities will remain low. Build a quarry or a wood factory.
I can't build one or what? Maybe I don't have the materials? Did I build that wrong? Maybe I built this wrong. The quarry. What am I missing? Does this like give me stuff? Like I'm missing things for these. I feel like... What do I feel like here? Level up. Can't level up yet. Let's just build some farms then, because seems to be all I can build right now. Kind of annoying. I don't know what I'm doing, but I need to build one of these quarries. What do I need? Environment. I need more power. Like, I need 30. I need 1,000. Material, is that what that is? I don't have enough material. Plant automated forests that can grow in them. I don't think my We have lots of food. I need... power? I don't know. I don't know how to proceed.
Your account is empty. Build more districts for colonists who pay taxes and ensure that there's a sufficient supply of goods, energy, and food. Look, the first colonists arrive by orbital lift. They will leave your colony the same way if they're not satisfied with the quality of life. I recommend expanding the city with additional city districts. More living space for your colonists. Did I mention they pay taxes?
Taxes. Right now, build 2 city districts. What's this?
Good. Now set up another district next to the city center.
Am I doing this right?
It is time to expand the city center. This will expand the borders of your colony and open up additional land for building. The expansion has been completed. The radius of your colony is increased now.
Okay. This is, this is good, right? I wish I could mine this, like, is it just destroy? New technologies at 250,000 people. This one's like not. Am I like losing? I'm losing money. By a lot.
Thanks to industrial mining, you can open up new construction land by clearing rocks. Some rocks contain valuable minerals such as gold. Look closely to find these deposits. Your next objective is to mine 200 gold for the... In order to mine gold, we now have access to research. May I introduce Professor Touston. He heads our research department and acts as your personal technology consultant.
Pleased to meet you.
I need a warehouse within the colony area. I'm like out of money.
If you're broke, sell a few shares of your colony to earn fresh expansion capital.
How do I do that? Weird. Okay. Sell a few shares. It says sell a few shares of mine. To build a warehouse.
The quality of life in your districts is often reduced by...
I just finished.
We have to...
Great news. There are new buildings available. The company has also donated us a tech license. These are permits that will allow you to unlock and construct new buildings. Think carefully on how...
Cool. Can I get money? I need money. Broke. Oh, my money's going down. still losing money. How do I? I need money, bro. I don't. How do I turn up the taxes? Maybe I need to. I don't know how to do it. I don't even have $100 to demolish shit. Okay, I have to like, I got it. Okay. How do I sell shares and shit? I don't know what to do. I'm losing money. for a living. I don't have any money. Should I start this over? So in debt. Can't even demolish shit like. Not sure what to do. $6,000 in debt. Reserve additional storage space. Not allowed. I don't know what to do. No. I'm not clear on the controls. Looks like you could use more cash, so some colony shares. How do I do that? Maybe you should tell me how to do that before. Thanks for sharing the live, dude. Are you gonna tell me how to do that colony share thing?
Your application test will take place on Tuto. Your application test will take place on... Welcome aboard. We are approaching Tuto. Your job is to build This button quits every menu. It will close this dialog as well. The right stick rotates the planet. The B button quits every menu. If I want to point something out to you, an icon will appear on the planet. Rotate the planet with the right stick and hover the message with the left stick. Activate it with the A button. Press this button on a free field in the target area to open the build ring. Select the city center and choose the landing site. Make sure to get as much building land as possible within the radius. After landing, our capsule is expanded into the city center of your new colony. Can you see the borders of your colony? Your buildings and city districts can only be built within this area. Now we need food for our citizens. Choose one of the fertile fields to build a farm there. Of course, the farm needs energy. Quickly build a power plant to provide energy to your buildings. The coal power plant has to be built on a coal deposit to operate efficiently. Without a supply of goods, the quality of life in your cities will remain low. Build a quarry or a wood factory.
Right now, we got a better start. Because I was building like an idiot.
Look, the first colonists arrived by orbital lift. They will leave your colony the same way if they're... I recommend expanding the city with additional city districts. Good. Now set up another district next to the city center. It is time to expand the city center. This will expand the borders of your colony and open up additional land for building. The expansion has been completed. The radius of your colony is increased now.
Woohoo! We're gonna be at 100,000. Now what? We built new technologies at 250,000. We'll take that one out and we'll build another.
Thanks to industrial mining, your next objective is to mine 200 in order to mine gold.
In a warehouse? That right there.
We now have access to research. May I introduce?
Pleased to meet.
Wait. Optimization. That works. Alright, that one's done. 200 gold, here we come. Prioritize. Alright, we're mining, that's good. We let this naturally expand instead of buying the space. So far, so good. Another warehouse. We need another farm. I think we need another farm.
We have to increase our population to 450,000 to meet our company's growth target. quality of life in your districts is often reduced by low.
I just finished the construction.
Park. How are we for energy? We're energy-wise, we could use another power plant, I guess. What's this? Asteroid. Mine 200 gold. Okay.
Great news. There are new buildings available. The company has also donated us a tech license. These are permits that will allow you to unlock and construct new buildings. Our warehouse is now filled up with enough gold.
It's time to trade. Build a spaceport.
All right. Spaceport. Spaceport. Then I have spaceship to clear a landing pad for other use. I have no idea. Oh. Build another one? No. You need another power plant. We're losing energy. Oh yeah, that's good. Food. The temperature's okay. Another farm just to be safe. Need another warehouse as well. Oops.
Hi everyone, this is the boss. Lima reported the progress you're making in the Tuto colony. I ordered a supply capsule with useful equipment from Planet Express.
Oh, thank you. I'll take that.
In order to take over the cargo of the supply capsule, claim the field on which it stands. You can claim fields that are directly next to your border.
So far, so good. We're low on materials. Seed bomb. City level kit. This technology enables you to level up the city district independently of the city. Gives the inhabitants of the district of any indigenous tribe a permanent food bonus. There's a riot. Oh, I got all of them. Okay. So now a machine factory. Okay, cool, cool. Requesting a merchant. See what that does. This technology enables you to level up a city district independently.
This is Mokes the Merchant speaking. From the Guild Space Trade, I'll buy anything. I got everything in all this.
How much money do I have? Tech license? Gold? I don't want to use all my money.
Good work. The sale of rare resources such as gold is crucial to financing the rapid development.
Awesome. We're like maxed out. Build another colony, I guess. a district. I don't know if I'm wasting that or what's going on there, but bulldoze that. Right? Did I do that right? My population isn't growing. Now where do I go?
Just sell me everything you have left over.
This is a lot of money I don't have. What's this one? Okay, so far so good, so far so good. We could grow this way. Probably for energy. We're good for energy. Food. We're okay with food. We're almost there. We're 30. Park will be nice. Oh yeah, we just grew up by a lot. We did it. I don't know what else. There.
We have come closer to our population goal and have therefore received another landing permit.
Whee!
We are to found a new city on the other continent on Tuto to gather some of the rare resources.
Sweet. Only possible renowned fields. Wait, do I have to like expand all the way over here? I'm confused. So we're at 500,000. $900,000 they want. Okay.
You have discovered nitro pumpkins, a rare plant that will fetch high prices on the galactic market.
Woohoo!
To harvest this plant, you also need a warehouse in the same colony.
My dear employees, I like to visit in person from time to time to convince myself of the progress of our projects. However, right now I urgently require a shipment of titanium. We need it to terraform the nearby planet Joma to become habitable. We need explosive. I also brought you a prototype of a new useful construct.
I need to farm this stuff. Where's the titanium? Is this titanium? I think so. Alright, power.
We stored the necessary units of nitroscurlite in the warehouse. The workshop can... Ah, the workshop is online. Now we can craft but we need another... We still need machinery from a...
We have energy, we need materials.
We need to make sure the needed machinery is stored. Now open the menu for goods at the top of the screen and activate the button for storage in the line for the resource machines. Very good. As soon as enough machinery is stored, we can craft an explosive device. Phew! We finally got all the ingredients needed to craft an explosive to blast away whole mountains.
Where's the nitro pumpkins? did it. Now, confused.
Magnificent. You have developed an explosive device.
Your crafted explosive was stored in your inventory. It can be accessed through the category with the suitcase icon in the build menu.
Now, let's find a mountain to blow up. Don't waste the bomb on any old...
Where is the mountain? Where's this mountain? Blow up a mountain with explosives. A good mountain. This is a mountain, right? Ah.
Just sell me everything you have left over.
You have been granted a permit. Landing. Okay. It's a meat for the heck of it. Well, I just did that. What do we need? Materials?
What a blast! This mountain was full of titanium. Mine a shipment of it.
Yeah. Satisfying game. Gotta make use of the fertile land, right? build a city center. This is really close to the other one, but oh well. Are we growing? Can't decide on what we need. Maybe some energy. What's this do? This energy automatically remediate the soil of surrounding fields. Cost. I don't know. Maybe I wasted that. What kind of soil is this? Gas reserve. Maybe I just built a warehouse. Almost there. Go to the new area. Expand on this. I think we need a power plant. Biomass. Sure. Burns biomass to produce energy. Needs nearby biomass source. Oh, go. We're almost there, buddies. Is there another mountain to blow up?
Good
Super
work.
fertilizer.
You have reached the population goal for our colony. Now deliver the titanium to me so we can complete the terraforming of Joma.
Still here with this stuff. I'll take those. Prioritize it temporarily. Need more. Can these level up? Like, that'll bring people happy. What do we need? What are we low on? Materials. I need to chill on building right now. We're at 1 million population. That's awesome. Normal speed. Can I like keep it that way without affecting it? Almost there. Wow, this is taking a while.
Great. You have mined a shipment of titanium. Now come to my ship to sell it. The company will pay a good price to your colony. Great pioneering work. You have built a base of over 900,000 people and harvested the necessary titanium. Good work. Welcome to Imagine Earth Ltd. I have big plans for this company, and I need people like you to do it. Congratulations. The job is yours.
Woohoo, we did it.
Report to the Department of Expansion first thing tomorrow.
Harvest. 120 artifacts. Okay, so now I have to find alien artifact.
So it's true. Srathul are raiding this sector of the Andromeda Galaxy. It's said that they would swallow up entire colonies. Thank God this is just an abandoned...
There is also a good...
This should be the priority. Energy source. Nice. Make a bomb. Love this. The stranded shipwreck Gaian artifacts can be recovered with harvest drones. Interesting. How come this isn't causing my shit to go up? Oh, I'm out of money. $1.2 mil. $5,000. Too much money. Gold asteroid. Nice. cattle farm. Need mad resources. Hold on. For the money to go up a bit. It's weird this artifact's not going up. Prioritize that shit. Subtrope. What's subtrope? I'm just building things to build things now. I don't know. I need... iPad. Sell shit.
Time to buy, Mr. Freeman.
$10,000 tech license. I don't know. Not. My artifact's finally going up. It's nice. Corals.
Treat yourself.
Wow, a Gaian temple ruin. This species had incredibly advanced terraforming technology with which they could terraform.
Even though this temple lies in ruins, we...
More energy now. Energy. Well, if we have like selling shit, good. Right? Yo, thanks for sharing the live, man. We're at 1.6K. possible. Have a temple. Things so slow.